Okay. I think that's right. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we're going to recreate another painting by another incredible artist. Actually, the same artist that we recreated work by just the other day, because today is day 4 of Pablo Picasso week. So over the past week, we have been going through the biography and oeuvre of Picasso, the great artist's work, and we are going to continue today with Cubism. So maybe it's just worth just taking a quick little moment to check in. Here's the painting we are going to do. You can see I've already done the outline for that. But this is from the Rose period. And we had these other paintings which we've already done. So this is Child with a Dove from 1901, The Old Guitarist from 1903, and then Harlequin and Young Acrobat and Young Harlequin from 1905. So today we're going to jump all the way to 1921, and we are going to talk about Cubism. We're actually going to be looking at one of the final Cubist paintings that Picasso did. We will talk more about early Cubism in a future episode in the new year, but for right now, we are going to jump to the end of Cubism. Where should I put these? Right up here, maybe? Okay. So many paintings. Where do they all go? Okay, so today's painting. This is the painting we are going to recreate today. It's called Three Musicians from 1921. And this painting, just like the other paintings, is a seminal work for Picasso. It marks a very important turning point in his career. This is acknowledged as being one of the final works that he does as part of the Cubist period. Now, he does continue to make some Cubist paintings later on in his career, especially towards the end of his career. Picasso is sort of doing kind of reflecting back on various periods of his work and reincorporating some of those. But as far as the time of this Cubist period, this marks sort of he's kind of closing the book on Cubism at this point. So we're going to recreate this painting. As I said, I've already done the outline for it, and so there is an outline which you can print off from the Dropbox folder. There's a link in the video description below, so let's just take a quick look at that. So if you click on the Dropbox link in the video description, you'll see all these other folders within there. Mona Lisa, Goya, Ken Danby's Goaltender, Tom Thompson. We did a whole week on Tom Thompson. Did a whole week on Vincent van Gogh. I mean, we're going all the way around the world looking at art from different cultures and doing our best also to balance between both men and women as well. And we go all the way down here to Pablo Picasso. Click in this folder and you're going to see all these different files. We are going to be painting number 5 here, and you'll see that there's 3 files that are part of this number 5. 2 of which are the outline. One's a JPEG, one's a PDF, and the original image itself. Just as a quick reminder that on Monday, in celebration of Picasso's birthday, October 25th, we're going to be painting this painting, The Weeping Woman. This is, again, another leap forward, about another 15 years from today's painting, where Picasso is working on the famous Guernica paint, the large mural-sized image that he creates, and this is one of the images that he's working on that is incorporated into that large seminal artwork. as well as inside that folder, there's of course a couple of other images. This one we did not do, but this is one of my favorite images from the Rose period. Here's a painting kind of at the very beginning of the Rose period. Again, we looked at that a second ago, and then of course these other two. So lots of stuff to keep you busy there. So maybe just before we go into the tracing and transfer of this image and start making the painting, I just want to let you know that there's a private Facebook group just for people like yourself who are painting along with me, and I encourage you to join the Facebook group, upload your version of today's painting or any other artwork you've been working on, and we are going to look at those images once a month. We take everything off, we gather together and put the paintbrushes down and just celebrate each other's work, as well as maybe learn a few things that we could do to improve each painting. So we've talked over the past 3 episodes 3 episodes of Picasso's biography, so we're not going to rehash all of that same old stuff. In the first few, we really talked about his relationship with his father, which was a tempestuous, confrontational relationship because his father was an artist who taught him everything he knew. Picasso leaves Barcelona, goes to Paris, begins the blue period after one of his best friends dies, and descends into this deep depression, which coincides with the blue period. Once he starts a relationship with Fernand Olivier, he becomes much more positive and enters the Rose period. So after the Rose period, he becomes very interested in African art. There's a number of exhibitions that take place in Paris featuring art from Africa, and Picasso becomes obsessed with these images. In fact, actually steals a bunch of African sculptures from the Louvre Museum, and that later plays into the reason he's arrested for the suspected theft of the Mona Lisa. We'll get into that today because it's a fascinating story, which is covered in this book. I recommended it previously, Portrait of a Young Artist by Norman Mailer. Great book. If you're resistant, Norman Mailer is sort of this tough guy author. If you've ever been interested in a Norman Mailer book, this would probably be a great place to start. It's not quite as... it's less about Norman Mailer than any of his other books. There's also a link that we'll talk about here, Pablo Picasso and his good friend Guillaume Apollinaire, who is a part of the painting we're going to talk about today. So the two of them, it's a crisis in their friendship and relationship. So anyway, Picasso becomes very interested in cubism, or very interested in African art, and that directly leads to his Cubist period. In this famous painting, Les Mademoiselles d'Avignon, which we are going to paint in February on the anniversary of its creation. But just take a quick little look at it. And what's important about this painting is we see the transition between kind of portraits, maybe more traditionally Western, European imagery, and then moving kind of from left to right into more and more African-inspired artwork, and then this later becomes proto-Cubist work, or pre-Cubist work. So the Cubist period begins around 1909 and lasts for about 5 years, and the original Cubism we call Analytical Cubism. Now I'm not going to get too deep into the difference between Analytical Cubism and Synthetic Cubism, and the painting we're making today is from the Synthetic Cubist period. But suffice to just the short version of it is Analytical Cubism is, let me see, I think there's some images here. So your typical Analytical Cubist painting is something like this, and we're going to be doing, I can't remember which painting in the new year, but these are examples of Analytical Cubism. So mostly grays and browns and blacks, a little bit of white, often some collage elements into it, but they're very austere, right? They often are almost fully abstract. The goal is not to make pretty pictures here. It's really they're trying to invent a new way of seeing, and color is just a distraction. Picasso and Georges Braque, who created Cubism together, think of Cubism as like a pseudo-science, and that they're investigating, like a scientist, a different way of seeing, and therefore taking color out because it's just it complicates their research, and they're just trying to strip everything away to get at the basics. And so this period lasts for about 4 or 5 years, and it shakes the world. The art world is completely shocked and taken aback by it. It revolutionizes art, and artists from around the world are now looking at what Braque and Picasso are doing. They recognize this achievement, and almost every artist at the time begins painting in this analytical cubist phase, at least for a short period of time, experimenting with it, right? You can see these are all very typical analytical cubist paintings. Now, this would be an example of a synthetic cubist painting, where we start taking some elements of this, the kind of drab brown paintings of the beginning of Cubism, and colors now being introduced. They become less about trying to do something original and new as in terms of actually doing a kind of a research, and more about just kind of creating something that looks cool, right? So that's my oversimplification of Cubism. And oh, this is also actually really interesting too. This will go into what we'll talk about here. Picasso, at the time he's making this painting, The Three Musicians, which we're about to begin in moments, he's also starting to collaborate with the ballet russe. Sergei Diaghilev, who is the head of the Russian ballet, employs Picasso to start making backdrops, one of which is this one. And you could see some of these, the characters that featured in Picasso's Rose period appearing in this painting, in this giant backdrop. And then I think it's just maybe these are some of the paintings that he moves into immediately following the painting we're going to get into. So there's two versions of today's painting. Probably the most well-known one is in the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. And here's what it looks like. And then today's painting, which is in the collection of the Philadelphia Museum of Art. And so here's just a link to the Philadelphia Museum of Art's website. So the differences are, they exist. Maybe the one at the Museum of Modern Art's a little bit more simplified. But essentially, both of them, they're large paintings. They are about almost 7 feet tall and about 7 feet square. So they're actually kind of square canvases. Now you're going to see in the image that we're going to paint, I've stretched it out to make it fit on a 9x12 sized canvas. So let's get right to the transfer of this image onto canvas. I'm going to play this video and just sort of talk a little bit about how the transfer process works. So again, download this image free from the Dropbox and print it out on your photocopier at work or your inkjet, laserjet printer at home. Doesn't matter what kind of printer, as long as it's on a piece of paper. Thinner is probably better. I tend to use a thicker piece of paper. And then you can see I've taken some carbon paper, which you can see there I've used many times. So you can reuse the same piece of carbon paper over and over and over again. So I'm just going to use a little ruler there to kind of get some of that straight line. There is a bunch of straight lines in this picture, but I think I rarely use it because I just, you know what, let's just eyeball most of this. So let's just scroll through this pretty quickly. It's pretty straightforward. I'm not going to do all these tiny little details, those little X marks that are in the top right and left corners. because, I mean, we're going to paint those, and it might be easier to just do them by eye afterwards. Okay. And you can just peel off that tape, you can recycle the drawing, or you can paint right on top of it as well. You can give it to somebody else to paint on. So once you've got that, then you've got your image, and now let's start putting paint on top of it. I'm going to do what I do on 98% of my paintings, which is to put a warm yellow ground, and I just take this warm yellow right out of the tube. In this case, I've just squeezed the extra paint from leftover tubes and combined them into these jars, rather than just throwing that paint, or those tubes of paint that are almost empty. And I'm probably going to do it a few times with other tubes of paint today, because I know I've got some tubes that are almost empty. So I'm going to put a little bit of water in here just to thin this paint out a little bit. And this is the only time I ever use water when I'm using acrylic paints. Just get a little bit more. Because I think a lot of times people use water in their acrylic paint in order to make it easier to paint with. They want something that's maybe a little bit smoother and less thick. You would ideally use a different material, a different medium than water to do that. Instead, you'd probably want to use matte medium or some sort of glazing fluid. I'll probably be using a little bit of glazing fluid in today's painting. So, and you know, this yellow is a pretty strong color, and this is a bit more of like my own little trademark kind of approach to painting. And really, you don't have to use yellow, but you know, traditionally artists, including Picasso, would have probably put down a brown ground, like a rusty brown, reddish brown. And that works great. That's the traditional approach to acrylic, or to any kind of painting, not just acrylic or oil paint. But I've shown several times when we've done this, I've done paintings side by side, one with the traditional brown and one with this warm yellow, and the differences at the very end exist, but they're so minor that most people, especially beginner artists, won't notice a difference. And it's just so much easier to squeeze some yellow right out of a tube onto the palette, put a little bit of water on there, spread it out, and boom, the painting is already off to the races, as opposed to sitting here mixing a brown. So also, it gives just your painting this kind of nice warm glow, which I really like. So let's set this aside for a few moments, and let's get some actual paint on the palette. So this is the paint that I just used, right? So it's exactly the same. This is just the little bit leftover paint that I put into that jar, right? Because after you've been painting, after I don't know how many we're at, like 147 or something of paintings that I've made over the past year, you go through a few tubes of paint, right? So again, so it looks like I can feel this little box of paints is getting lighter and lighter and lighter, and obviously I've got plenty of extra tubes to use should I run out, but I'm gonna get the most out of my paints before I do throw them out. So for instance, here's an example of a tube which I'm just gonna squeeze the remnants out of really quickly. I love this device. It looks like this medieval torture device. It's great for just getting right down to the bottom of a tube of paint. Let's get a pair of scissors. Right, so there's just barely any paint left in here. I mean, a little bit, but but we can scoop all of this out. And I don't even know if I'm going to use all of that just yet. So why don't I'm just going to put some of this back here for now. And so there's my cool blue. Obviously, if you're going to do this with another tube of paint, you want to make sure your spatula is nice and clean so that I don't dip this into some yellow and then I've got blue all over it, and then, uh-oh, all I can do is make green. Okay, what other color? We're going to need some white. And these tubes are always getting kind of gummed up. What else do we need? Some cool yellow. I'm going to use this jar here. Okay. I feel so good about getting getting my full use out of those tubes of paint is super satisfying. Okay, and then I got some dirty hands, but that makes me feel like a real artist, right? If you get too anxious because your fingers are getting dirty while you're painting, always remember that that's why they make soap and water. Okay, so let's move that to the side. Looks like our painting is almost dry. So I'm going to get the blow dryer out and just give it a quick little blast here to finish it off. Okay, and I see Paula's watching, there's Heidi, and Lolly. Lolly, I saw you're leaving lots of comments on a bunch of previous videos I did in the past, and some very sweet and generous comments. I really appreciate your support, and that's very, very super awesome of you. Okay, so let's look at the painting here and just think about what our next steps are. Again, I'll just mention, and you can kind of see where I've kind of copied and pasted this. The original image is something more like that. That's what the original image is roughly square, so you can see I've just added a little bit more to the top and bottom of each. There was actually this stripe of gray at the top as well, but it used to be just right there, a very thin little strip of gray, just like there was a little thin strip of this red down there as well. Anyway, just wanted to kind of be clear about my manipulation of this painting here. Let me just want to view. Okay. So the way that I'm going to approach this painting is kind of like how I've approached the Kathleen Munn painting. So we did a painting by Kathleen Munn a few months ago, and she's really Canada's only true cubist painter, and making that painting was, for some people, one of their favorite paintings that we've made, and some people found it a little bit tedious to make, because in a painting like this, there's really no foreground and background, and that's a big feature of cubism, because cubism is a lot about taking the three-dimensional world, and that means foreground and background, the whole idea of illusionistic space, and taking it and unfolding it and flattening it. The easiest example to think about cubism is to think of a cardboard box. And if you have a cardboard box, you can only see it, if it's folded together, from maybe 3 sides at any one time. But if we take it and peel it apart, we can see all the sides of the cardboard box all at once. And so that's kind of a way of thinking about cubism, is that now we see the foreground, background, sides, bottoms, tops, all at the exact same moment, right? Now again, synthetic cubism takes basically the look of cubism and runs away from the more pseudo-scientific approach to analytical cubism at the beginning. So it's I don't know how to it's sort of like the placebo effect, right? It kind of looks like the real thing. You kind of, when you're looking at it, you kind of feel the same, but it's not the same, and it doesn't have the real oomph that a real drug might have over of a placebo, right? So let's see. I think I will probably still approach it in there's this green back here. Let's probably put the green in first, and then this red. And while we're doing that red, we'll start doing some browns. So yeah, okay. So let's get that. Okay, and the other thing too is, just like all 3 of the previous Picasso paintings we've done, Picasso is not just an innovator in terms of the look of his work, but a real innovator in terms of the process, the technical process that he uses to create his colors. And we saw with a few of the paintings how he was layering, let me see. So like with Child with a Dove, if you recall how we painted this painting, we put a cold blue underneath here, and then we put a purple, which we also put down here over top of it, and then we put a green over top of that purple, all of which give this painting a kind of a weird quality, right? And the same sort of thing that we did here with the old guitarist, in that we put some cool colors in the background to start, which is very typical. But then we started putting some warm colors into the background, and then we did the same thing. We started with some warm colors on the figure, only to later on put cold colors on the clothes and on the body. So again, Picasso is one of the great innovators of all time, and is really breaking all of the rules. So here again we see a pretty warm color in the background. So in fact, most of this painting looks like some pretty warm colors. These browns are pretty neutral. Yeah, overall, it's a fairly warm painting. So, so again, then I get into this conundrum of how do I want to actually teach this painting? Do we want to do it exactly like the way? I mean, you could see in my, teaching Picasso, to actually understand his process is a little bit tricky because because it is complicated. So it becomes like how faithful do I want to get to the actual approach versus simplifying things enough that people can follow. Where's my new on-air sign there? Keep forgetting to turn it on. Okay, so I think I'm gonna use warm colors throughout this whole thing, for most of it anyway. As opposed to using, yeah, so let's just do that. Okay, so again, rather than using some, yeah, okay, so I wonder if I can get anything out of this here. So this is my warm yellow, which I used for the background. So rather than just throwing that out, I'm just going to take a bit of this warm blue and just mix a bit into here. Now it's pretty thin, so let's just take a bit more warm yellow. Just a bit more. Okay, let's see how well this works if we paint it into these areas here. It's maybe a little thin due to that water in there, but that's okay. So let's get a bit more of that warm blue in here, right? So warm blue, warm yellow. You might as well, let's just go right across here. And I'm getting the feeling this coat of paint is just a little bit thin, so I'll probably have to do another layer of it momentarily, or later on, I'm not sure, we'll see. But, you know, I was just interested in trying to use up the paint that I have. So we don't quite get the deep, richer green that we'll get later on. And just now looking around here, is there anything else that needs a green like this? Doesn't look like it, right? So maybe instead, I'm just going to go right in here and just repaint this. So let's just get some warm yellow and warm blue, some actual thicker paint. And you know, I think if I just try painting that on here, it's just going to cause a problem. So I'm just going to blow dry this for just 5 seconds. The good thing about using a little bit of water in the paint is that it dries super fast, right? So there we go. That's kind of more like what we want. And you know, in the previous episodes I also talked about, like, Picasso is not interested in hiding his brushstrokes. You know, it reminds me of being in high school and taking math classes, and teachers would say, like, show your work. You've got to show your work. You can't just say the very end of you know, if there's a math problem, you can't just say, oh, it's 74. Like, you got to show us how you got to 74, right? Picasso's kind of like that. He shows us his work, right? He shows how he got from A to B, or Z, or whatever number you want. So that's pretty good. That's good there. Let's, while we've got this color mixed here, we can add some warm red to it and start making a brown, because we got a lot of brown in this painting. So you might as well just get right off to it. So you can add red to green to make a brown, or you can add blue to an orange to make a brown, or you can just, another way of thinking of it is you just got to add yellow, red, and blue together to get a brown. In this case, I've got a warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue together, and I'm making a brown. And since there was very little blue in this, we've got a fairly kind of reddish brown. Maybe actually I'm just going to make it a bit more reddish so that I can use this for the very bottom of the painting. So let's just take this color and then put it right down in here. It's important to remember that today's painting, the actual painting itself, was almost 6 feet tall by 6 feet wide. Right? We are talking a large canvas. You know, it's like the size of an NBA basketball player, right? A big, big painting. So there's a lot of little details in this painting, even more so than the one that's at the Museum of Modern Art. And so we're going to do our best to make this painting, but we're probably going to leave a little bit out, a little bit of details out, because our painting is, what, like 1/10 the size or smaller? So of course we're not going to be able to get everything in there. Oops. So that's pretty good. It's a little streaky, but if I wait for it to dry and then put some paint back over top of it, it'll kind of clean itself up a little bit. And I just got my fingers on the side of this painting, so I got a little bit of green still here, so let's just touch that up ever so slightly. Okay. And then maybe while I'm right here and I've got this color on my paintbrush, let's just take this color and start painting it in here. Now you can also see that Picasso is using red and yellow here. This color I might get more red. I might do another layer again here a bit, because I wanted to do a little bit more red down here. But he's using red and yellow, which, no coincidence, also happen to be the colors of the Spanish flag. So he's displaying a little bit of patriotism in this painting. This painting is also a bit of a memorial to his friends, and we'll talk about that here in a moment. So there's as simple or kind of silly as this painting might seem, just a few guys standing around playing music together. It's actually quite an emotional painting for Picasso. You can see things are a little bit sloppy here. That's because I'm going to tidy it up as I go here with another layer. And there's going to be other colors there. So I'm not too concerned about making this first little bit perfect, because if anything, I kind of want it to be a little bit overlapping other areas so that I can overlap this with those colors that are going to come down the pipeline shortly. So maybe I will put a little bit more warm red in here. So a painting like this might be a little bit slow and tedious for some people. If you're looking for a Picasso painting that we've done in the past that is maybe a little bit more loose, you could look at the Doves of Peace, the two doves that we did about a month ago for International Day of Peace, because that painting is really just a couple of layers of color, so you can have a lot of fun playing with that one. Okay. So I just see Obaid D says, "Hello sir, this is my first time catching you live. Nice to see you in the chat. That's great. Thanks for tuning in during the live stream. Curious as to where you're watching from here on planet Earth, because we got people from all over the world watching right now. So it's always neat to to know where everyone is here. So we've got this initial layer here. I think what I want to do is continue putting some browns in this painting. Now, we've got, maybe let's start zooming in. So we've got to get that brown. That brown is a bit of a deeper brown. Or, sorry, you can't see it because one second here. So I'm going to mix, I put a little bit more warm blue. Let's just squeeze some of this paint off of this brush. I keep meaning to glue these old brushes together. Okay. Obaid D is watching live from the Netherlands, Holland. Awesome. Welcome. Very cool. What's the weather like in Holland or in the Netherlands right now? Here in Vancouver, Canada, it's pouring rain. Or I guess it's not pouring rain, it's just raining. Okay, so really, you know what, I don't know why I'm using such a small brush right at the beginning of the painting. I try to use a bit of a bigger brush so that I don't get sucked into the noodle world. So I'll say right off the top, like, as you're painting this painting, you may decide that you want to omit certain details. You might go like, yeah, okay, I don't know if I need to put this there or that there, and that's totally fine. All right, or you could change some of the colors a little bit. Let's see. So I think these are going to be a little bit of a cooler brown, so we'll mix that here in a moment. Let's just see if we can use any more of the current brown we've got on the canvas. Okay. So this figure right here, the Pierrot, is like a mime, like a pantomime. And all of these characters are characters from the Comédie dell'arte, which is like a carnivalesque theater style Italian theater that you know, dates back hundreds of years, but was sort of brought back into popularity in this, like, the turn of the century, of the 20th century. And so we have, and it's debated as to who is what. We're pretty sure that the character on the left here is Pablo Picasso, dressed as a harlequin, playing a violin. So there's the bow of the violin, and here's the violin on his shoulder. All right, so here's supposed to be Picasso dressed up with a mask. And it's a debate as to who. I've in my research saw people saying that one person. Essentially, we know that the two other people are the Pierrot, the mime, and then there's the monk on the right. Now, this, I think, is Guillaume Apollinaire, the poet, and then I think this is Max Jacob, who was also a poet. In 1919, Apollinaire dies from the Spanish flu, and then Max Jacob, only months before this painting was created, went into a seminary. So basically decided that he was going to become a priest. And so basically Picasso's two of his closest friends throughout the during his whole Cubist period have either passed away or have sort of disappeared for all intents and purposes, right? So in many ways, this painting is a bit of a memorial to friendship, to these great poets that he had spent a long time with. He had shared a studio with Max Jacob when he first moved to Paris about 20 years ago, before this painting was made. And Apollinaire was his great friend, the two of whom were arrested for stealing the Mona Lisa, which we'll get into here, because essentially what happens is that I'm trying to remember who sort of gave up who. Because Picasso and Apollinaire had stolen objects from the Louvre, and it was sort of like a dirty, somewhat secret thing that a number of people were doing at the time. The Louvre wasn't the Louvre that it is today. Things weren't behind bulletproof glass, etc. So they would just kind of go in and snatch a little thing and take it home. And word sort of got out that if you're looking for the Mona Lisa, which is at the Louvre, or was at the Louvre after it got stolen, a couple people you might want to look at are Picasso and Apollinaire. I don't know who might have. I don't know. I certainly didn't say that. Did I? I would never snitch, right? But Picasso has stolen lots of little sculptures. Wouldn't surprise me if he stole the Mona Lisa. So, of course, the two of them are arrested, and they are interrogated for like 12 hours, which would have been extremely stressful. And I think it's Apollinaire or Picasso sort of rats the other one out. And for a long time afterwards, they don't speak to one another because both of them are, you know, ashamed and angry about this whole situation. And I think even there's a great story in Norman Mailer's book where Picasso and Apollinaire are running around the streets of Paris with a big bag full of sculptures that they've stolen from the Louvre. And I think of them as like a big, you know, bag that like Santa Claus carries around, right? I just imagine them running around and they're trying to find a place to throw them out, right? And they're running around on top of bridges, and they throw a few out, and then they see people walking, and and then they run and they go to another bridge, and then they're throwing a few more sculptures into the Seine River, and the whole time terrified that they're about to be caught, because this is after the Mona Lisa has been stolen, before they've been arrested, and they already are kind of thinking that they're going to be like prime suspects. So it's a great story. Norman Mailer tells it really much better than I could. But anyway, fascinating moment in history. So that whole situation clouds the future relationship of Picasso and Apollinaire. And if I recall, Apollinaire also volunteered to fight in World War I, and I think he was shot in the eye, and it really affected him. He only lived for a few years later, so, you know, this once like bosom buddy kind of like unbreakable friendship was really shook and never really fully recovered from that. So I think Picasso in this painting is sort of just thinking about like this small band of brothers that once was, and mourning their essential departure from his life. Okay, so let's get back to the painting. I want to do a cool brown next. So right now we've made, let's go back even further, a warm brown with using warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue. We're just going to do the opposite. We're going to use the other three colors, the cool yellow, the cool blue, and the cool red, to make this next brown. So let's take some cool yellow, let's take a bit of cool red and mix this together, and we'll get a little bit of an orange. And then let's take some cool blue. And you notice I'm not mixing all the blue in there because it's already going kind of dark. The more blue I put in there, the darker it'll get. And obviously the more blue or green that it's going to go. So that's pretty good. You can see the difference between the warm brown and the cool brown. If we add a lot more red, or in this case magenta, the cool red, to this color, it will get more reddish, but it will always seem a little bit more it'll just always be a little bit colder than this one, which is going to have more of a warm red feel. I don't know how to say anything more than that. So let's take this color and let's find a place for it, because I'm sure we've got lots of areas that we can put it in. Such as maybe this violin. So I think already I'm looking at this painting and going, you know what, I'm gonna probably start removing some details here, and maybe towards the end of the painting some of them are gonna come back, but if I lose some details, that's okay, because I'm painting a painting that is much, much smaller than the original. Right? These figures were all more than life size. You know, we're talking, this figure here would be about 5.5 foot, 6 foot tall, right? The entire painting was almost 7 feet tall from top to bottom. So, really, yeah, we're just gonna, we'll do our best. And if we have to take a few things out, then. And by that I just mean, like, I might not have every little piece of color in here. I'll probably just like overpaint big areas, and then if I don't want to later on kind of modify it, then I'll just keep it like this. Now, I will say, like, this style of painting is slower and more time consuming, so it is likely that it's going to take us a while to make this painting. Probably about 3 hours. So if you're just joining us, you're like, oh, okay, well, we're in for a bit of a ride here. Yep. But it'll also, if you do make today's painting, I think it would give you a great sense of like how Cubist paintings were made, especially late Cubism. I'm just going to paint this right over. This is going to be this little hand, but I'll just paint that white around there afterwards. So as it dries, if I can take a little bit of thicker paint and apply it over, it's sort of like I got another quick second coat. You have to be careful, otherwise you might scrub some paint off. Now remember, this is our foundational layer. Like, some of these browns, I might modify them a little bit as we go, especially later on in the painting. So I'm just kind of getting something as a placeholder. So now I'm going to take some more cool yellow and just rub this back into my cool brown, just to modify this color a little bit. Okay. Let's put a bit of white in here. And I'm just going to go to a different brush. I think this is going to be a different color. Let's get it started, because he's, again, one of the things Picasso does all the time is just layering and layering of color. And sometimes, you know, the way that I honestly think that the reason why Picasso uses, I talked about one of the theories I had is it gives the illusion of a lot of work being done, and that sort of looks great for collectors because they think like, wow, he really worked on it a long time, must mean it's worth a lot of money. I do think, you know, not being cynical, I really do think that was part of his motivation, is to just sort of fake out the amount of work that was involved. But I also think that Picasso is moving very quickly as he paints. Like, I think Picasso literally, like, almost, like, you could almost imagine like somebody being colorblind and just saying, I don't even know what color this is. I'm just going to take it and I'm just going to paint it. I'm just going to keep on, I'm just going to fill the whole thing up with lots of color, and then once it's all filled up, then I think he looks at it and goes, huh, well, okay, what should I change now? And then decides, okay, well, got a lot of brown in there, maybe I need some yellow, and then just goes and paints some yellow over top of the brown. Now, okay, you know what, that should be blue. And then, so he's just really, really quickly up getting as much paint on the canvas, and then only afterwards does he decide to modify things. Right, and it gives it that look that it's been labored over for hours and hours, which he loves because it makes it look like a lot of work has been done and people will pay more for something that looks like it's taken longer to do. Okay, maybe, no, this is a different color again. A bit of a gray here. But just like Picasso, I'm just gonna try to get as much on this canvas as quickly as possible. Oh, there was that yellow. Just mixing some cool yellow into this brown with some white. Paint this. Okay, looking good. Okay, in the chat there I see, wow, you guys have been busy, whole conversations. Olga asks, I just see at the very end here, Michael, your color palette is called a split primary palette, right? Yes, absolutely, yep. So a split primary palette just means you have, instead of just one red, one blue, and one yellow, which are considered to be primary colors, right? We just split them into two, one cold and one warm, right? So that, therefore, instead of 3, then you've got 6. Wow, lots. Whoa, my goodness, look at all these. You guys have been busy in the chat here. Obaid says it's very cloudy and there's some rain in the Netherlands too. Oh, that's cool. Just like Vancouver, right? He says Alberta, it's been raining all day and it'll rain today until midnight. Lolly says it's very cold and windy in the UK today. Winter's on its way. I think that's, yeah, we're getting ready for winter, all of us, everywhere, right? Olga says, it's winter's coming from you, and in the land down under, spring has sprung, and Melbourne town is out of lockdown. Oh, really? So my sister's in Sydney, Australia, and Olga, you're there in Melbourne, right? So it's good to hear that the lockdown is ending in Australia, because I know that's been pretty difficult for you guys. Now you have a little idea of what the rest of the world's been going through for the past year, right? Olga's dancing in the street. Wow. Olga says, I love the talk about color, Michael. My goal for what's remaining of this year is to understand color better. He says, it's great that we can all chat from thousands of miles away. The world is getting small these days. Lolly says, I'm on the same page as you, Olga. I've checked out some of Michael's other color mixing videos yet. I was watching some earlier, and it helped me a lot with my warm and cool colors. And Olga says, I feel I've found the answer to understanding your color, I found the answer to understanding color through your videos, Michael. Thinking about cool and warm colors when mixing makes sense to me. And says, it was Michael's color videos that set me on the path. And Lolly says, yeah, I'm totally with you. I studied art until I was about 18, yet I've learned more from Michael in just a couple months. He's the best teacher. You guys are very sweet. I appreciate all of the love in the chat there. Thank you very much, you guys. And I'm very happy to be able to share a little bit about what I know, because, like you said, some of this stuff is not taught in art schools. I've done a little bit of this kind of outside of class, or like I've sneaked these kind of things into my classes, even though it's not technically part of the curriculum, because I do, and I hear from students, they're like, oh wow, this is great, I've never learned this. And I think, like, man, you know, I wonder, like, what are we teaching in art school? That's a whole other question. I'll get into the politics of art school. I was the president of our faculty association at the university I teach at for a while, and I will say I have a tremendous respect for politicians after having gone through that experience, because I realized that has got to be the most difficult job on earth. The most unforgiving job you could ever imagine is politics. Okay, so let's continue here. I'm noticing little things that I didn't get to. So a little bit of brown up here. And there's going to be lots of little moments like this in today's painting where I'll go, oh, how did I miss that? So I think let's mix a gray next. So I got some brown on my brush. You'll notice that I often don't always, clean my brushes. Sometimes because I just like the look of a color that is just a little, like, you look at it, like I look at it and go, like, that is like, how on earth did you get that color? It's because I'm just not washing my brush. And you might say, well, that sounds really lazy. Maybe, but it's also that I like that look, especially, it's a game thing with other artists, but it's kind of fun to make a color that has a whole bunch of other little colors in it. It's sort of like a chef, making something, and other chefs are like, oh, what flavor is that? And it's because there's a little tiny bit of maybe cinnamon and chocolate in there, and people are like, there's like, what? And you're like, oh, there's a couple grains of chocolate, and like, oh, that I would never have got that, but now that I taste it, that's so interesting, right? So I want people to have that experience as well, right? And that's, honestly why there's, there's been many times where I haven't got the colors right when I'm trying to replicate a painting. And sometimes that's because I'm sure that's what the other artist is doing. Not because they're afraid of anyone following their tracks and they're trying to hide, although that was how a lot of artists did operate for hundreds of years. Artists were traditionally very secretive. But, and so, sorry, I'm just making a dark color. So I've just used my cool blue, some warm red, and some cool yellow. So what I'm essentially making here is a very, very dark gray. And the combination of these three colors together will basically kill the saturation out of the paint, so that it lives right here in the center of my palette in the neutral core. So right now this is still very, it's got a bit of a purpley quality to it, so I want it to be just a little bit more neutral. So because purple is sort of at the bottom of my color wheel, by putting that yellow in it, I'm kind of yanking the color up into into the center of the painting. So that looks like I'm almost there. That's pretty close. Okay, so we've got this nice dark color. So maybe before I do anything, let's just use this dark color in a number of places, and then we'll add some white to it to modify it and become a gray. Okay, that system crashed, so I'm just gonna start painting here while I wait for that to load up. I'm pretty sure this was black. There we go. So again, you can really think of this as still like our underpainting. So don't worry about being perfect here. We're probably going to have to do a bit of cleaning and modifying at different times. Oh yeah, so we have Picasso playing the violin on the left. We've got Apollinaire playing the recorder or the clarinet in the center, and Max Jacobs playing the the accordion here on the far right. So the three best friends gathered together for this portrait. Even though, of course, by this point Apollinaire has been dead for 1.5 years, and Max Jacob has left to become a priest. So I'm not sure if Picasso ever saw Max Jacob again. I don't know the answer to that. But, you know, like, I do think, you know, Picasso was, for the most part, like, especially towards the women in his life, he was a terrible, terrible person who was incapable of being faithful to anyone, who cheated on all of them, not only his wives, but cheated on his mistresses with other mistresses. He had lots of children with all these different women, and some of those children he rarely saw. You know, like many of his children have written books, and they recall only seeing their father like 2 or 3 times in their entire lives. Like, you know, which as a father myself, I just can't imagine. I just cannot imagine. I can't imagine going a single day without seeing my daughter, let alone only seeing her a couple times throughout her whole life. That almost brings me to tears thinking about that. But where are we? Right here. But I think, you know, Picasso is... he's, you know, guarded emotionally. Like, I think he's like emotionally very immature, and he's afraid of being hurt, so he's sort of like, he's going to be the one that does all the hurting. And the only way that he's really capable of expressing himself and his emotions are through his painting. Right? He seems kind of like incapable of being truthful and honest with at least the women in his life, but he's sort of fearless when it comes to the canvas. And I guess I have at least he had some sort of outlet. You know, there's plenty of people, mostly men, even to this day, who are incapable of expressing themselves emotionally, and don't even have an outlet for it, like painting, and are, you know, just plain terrible people. At least Picasso is a terrible person, but also happened to be a great artist and changed the world with his art. So it doesn't excuse all of his horrible behavior, but I guess it does give a little asterisk next to it, I suppose. You know, which is one of the reasons why I've kind of avoided doing Picasso artwork for a long time, is because I just, as a person, I think he's such a I find very little to admire about him, and out of almost like a bit of a protest, like I wanted to cover as many other artists before we got to Picasso as possible. Which, you know, I know some people be like, oh, virtue signaling and all this kind of stuff. And then how hollow that rings true when I eventually do not only one Picasso painting, but a whole week of Picasso. But I do think that, you know, if anything, doing this stream and we talk a little bit about some of his behavior, which, you know, probably a lot of people aren't really aware of, you know, that might be a small contribution to bringing some awareness to that part of Picasso's life. You know, because just ignoring bad men and their bad behavior doesn't mean it all of a sudden will go away, right? So what I'm doing right now is, again, it's still part of this process of getting the foundational parts of this painting in place, and then we'll worry about fine-tuning it. So there's going to be a point in this painting where it starts to look really, really rough. If it doesn't look already pretty rough, yours or mine, it's going to get quote-unquote worse, right? We got to go through the fire to get to the other side here. And every painting, bar none, has a moment where it just feels like it's gone off the rails to some extent. And we're going to find that with this painting as it progresses, that it does have that feeling of going off the rails, but we're just going to keep on plowing forward, and ultimately it's all going to work out. As long as you just keep if you follow the process, right, it'll all work out. It's just you have to have a little bit of faith. You can have a little bit of faith in me, but it's also a faith in yourself to pull it out of that place. Because most people, beginners, you know, they have some expectation that the painting, you know, might look great at the very beginning, and you start off and it's going pretty well, and then it kind of goes through a period of weirdness, and people start to panic, and they feel that they've taken a wrong turn. And I see this all the time when I teach in person, because I'll come around the room when I've got a bunch of students there, and people will say, like, I just see some people sitting back, the brush in the water, and they're like, I don't know, I think I might just go home. This one's not working out. And I'll say, oh really, what's wrong with it? And they just think I'm being really silly, and, well, obviously, look at it. I mean, it's a mess. Like, well, maybe, but I mean, you're not that far into the painting, right? It's still got a ways to go. Of course it's going to look a little bit funky at some point, because it's got to. Every painting, because, yeah, people have an expectation that they'll start the painting and it's going to look perfect from beginning to end, and if there's any sort of hiccups along the way, then there's something terrible has happened, which is just simply not true. I mean, quite literally, painting is a transformation. Right? Just think, like, we've taken a piece of white fabric that's been stretched over a piece of board or wood or cardboard. Right? We've taken an image and transferred it onto this surface. And now we're completely radically changing it into something else, and all of a sudden now it's got color. We see what appears to be some people on here. I mean, it's nothing short of like magic or alchemy. And you know, alchemy was you know, the search for the ability to create gold out of other substances, right? To literally, you know, so to transform water or air into gold. Right? Now, of course, we know that did not happen, is not possible. But you might say, let's say, synthetic diamonds are a kind of alchemy. Even a paint, right? We're using acrylic paint, and this acrylic paint is all synthetic, right? It's all created in a laboratory somewhere, right? And isn't that kind of incredible? Like, if you were to talk to an artist, even like, let's say, Leonardo da Vinci, who is very interested in alchemy at different points in his career, if you told them that at one point, hundreds of years from now, artists are going to be able to, or scientists could go into a laboratory, pour a bunch of chemicals together into beakers, and then out of that will come red and blue, purple, colors that were so expensive, prohibitively expensive, that you might be able to make a painting with like 3 or 4 brushstrokes of it, because that's all that your king could possibly afford, right? It would just blow his mind. I don't think people are quite aware of like how incredible, you know, our ability to access all of these different materials are. Anyway, just the stuff that I think about while I'm making a painting. You know what? I think I'm going to paint all this black. I'll paint white over top of it later. I just realized that this is also brown down here. That's a little too dark, so we'll brighten that up, maybe? We'll see. Wow, the chat is active. I'll take a look here in a moment. I know I've just been ranting for a while, so I'll check out and see what people have to say in a moment. Right, so there's like lots of these like pretty sloppy marks on here. That's okay. I totally am 100% fine with all of everything that's gone on so far here. Okay, so I think what should we do next? Let's start mixing a gray. And we'll put that gray, you know, at the top of the canvas and then elsewhere down here. So remember, so we mixed this dark color that we've basically been using as a black, right? And we made that using cool blue, warm red, and cool yellow, right? The combination of those 3 colors made this. Now let's kind of go, I'm gonna mix this right in the center here. If we add this color with some white, ta-da, we get gray. Isn't that just the, I'll always, till the day I die, I'll be kind of blown away that that happens. I always think that's so neat. That's still a little bit light. Now, of course, this is a pretty neutral gray, but we can make it more yellow or red or brown, right? We can add it to any other color. Okay, I realize that's not exactly the same color that's in the image or in the original painting, but that's okay, right? My goal is not to make it perfect, at least at this stage. It's just to get the colors in roughly the right place, because I'm going to be modifying all these colors. It's so much easier to get a general close version of the color in, and then later on to fine-tune it. Right, so let's just throw this gray all over the place. The other great thing about using a simple color palette like this is if you run out of paint, or you have to, you use that paint and then an hour later you realize, like, oh, I forgot that, or I gotta fix this, fine-tune this or that. It's not too hard to replicate that color, right? Because there's only so many combinations of it, and especially if you're thinking of it's warm or cool, and you remember trying to put warm colors in the foreground and cool colors in the background, then it kind of eliminates a lot of the possibilities, and you're left with very few other things that might confuse you. So it's just, it really simplifies things. If you have to mix that color again a second, third, fourth time. Bunch of questions in the chat there. I see. I'll come to them in a second. I know this bow is got lots of white there. I'm just going to paint over it just to simplify it, and then because the white will cover up and hide whatever's underneath it, so I don't have to worry about that. Right, and these grays, there's probably a little bit more blue in these grays. Maybe I will make it a little bit lighter. Let's just take a bit of cold blue and put that in this gray. Yeah, I mean, I guess ideally, if you can get closer to it now, then there's less work you might have to do later. But I'm still probably going to have to do another layer over some of these areas, so it's like, well, If you can get it right, but if not, don't sweat it. Oops, I just realized I'm not in the frame. What else are big areas of gray? Like this is a huge painting, and I'm willing to bet you that Picasso cranked this painting out in maybe a day or two. Right, he was a machine. Like, unbelievable amount of work that he created, which is one of the reasons why he's a real favorite of fraud. What was it called? Like art forgers. Because Picasso created so much art, he's a very easy target for fraudsters, because there are legitimate Picassos that just turn up all the time, because Picasso would just make a painting or drawing here and there in order to you know, pay for dinner at a restaurant. He would just doodle something on the back of a menu, right? And those aren't always immediately documented. You know, maybe that goes on, that goes on to someone's shelf in their kitchen or something in the restaurant, and then maybe it gets stolen and disappears for decades and people don't even know about it, then turns up. You know, it's like, so the authentication of Picasso works is just an absolute nightmare. And I think Picasso found that very funny too. I think he was almost a little bit complicit in that he once they were out of his hands, he could really care less about things. There's some stories of Picasso signing works that he knew to be fakes. So I'm getting closer and closer to being done the grays. So let's get this. There's one big area right up top here. I see some more brown, or sort of greens that I missed earlier. And here now I'm mixing more and more white into the gray. Oh, I didn't even realize this was all green down here too. So again, we'll mix the same green that we had here. We'll just put it down on the side. Let's just start taking now this kind of slightly off white. I'm gonna go down to a smaller brush. So my goal is to get all of this paint on here in the next 20 minutes to really have it all kind of blocked in, and then we'll start fine-tuning things. And depending on how quickly we go there, probably another hour from there. So and my hope would be to be done the painting in about an hour and a half-ish. Which should take us about like the 3-hour painting, as I estimated earlier. Okay, I just want to get all this white in, and then I'll answer some questions. One thing I was just thinking about, if you've never been to the Philadelphia Museum of Art, it's a great museum. The Philadelphia Museum of Art is probably most famous for the scene in Rocky, where Sylvester Stallone runs up and down the steps in the front while he's training to become a boxer, and quite controversially at one point they installed a Rocky statue at the top of the steps, and which upset a lot of people who wanted it removed. Although the fact is that, you know, millions of people would travel from around the world and climb up those steps and get their picture taken, and then be like, well, I'm here, let's go to the museum, let's go check out the art inside. And so, as much as it was a little bit tacky, I don't even know if that statue is still there. I think that's probably still there, because I think over time people acknowledged, like, it actually was helping to bring in a lot of business into the museum, and people who might otherwise not actually go to an art museum ended up inside and realized, wow, look at all the great art in here. You know, I'm of the mind that whatever it takes to get somebody into an art museum is fine with me. right? If that means the art museum has exhibitions of motorcycles, right? As there was an art exhibition called The Art of the Motorcycle at the Guggenheim Museum, probably 20 years ago now. It seems like not that long ago, but that was also hugely controversial because, you know, the old guard of the art world were just repulsed by the idea of motorcycles being exhibited as art. But still to this day, it's one of the most seen art exhibitions of all time. Toured around the United States for a decade. So, is that a bad thing? I don't know. I think that's awesome. If a bunch of millions of people went into an art museum and saw motorcycles, and then later on decided while they're there to go check out the collection, that's great. But of course, there's lots of people who are gatekeepers in the art world, and quite frankly don't want everyone to go to an art museum. They kind of want it to be just for them and their friends, and which is very sad, that kind of attitude. It's the same sort of thing that I think has really hurt the classical music field. I have a few friends who are classical musicians, and it's frankly like a dying kind of I don't know what you would call it, like experience, because a lot of younger people don't identify with classical music. They don't appreciate it, and that's because for decades places went out of their business to out of their way to sort of exclude certain people from going to the concerts. Oh, you had to have a tuxedo to go, and yeah, it's fun dressing up, but there's, you know, a whole class of people who couldn't afford those kinds of things, and therefore couldn't go, and therefore sort of identified classical music as being pretentious and not for them, and lo and behold, you know, you get your just dessert. So, how close am I to being done all that here? Let's go back to a little bit of a darker gray. Let's just take a mini break here. I'll answer some questions. I think I've got most of the paint that it needs to be in different places on here, right? So now there's, I think, just a little bit of a very, very dark gray that's, and maybe even a bit of like a dark brownish, greenish gray, I think is what we're missing here. That'll be the next. And there's a little bits of browns. Oh, there was all these few greens that I didn't get in there. So let's just take a second here. Wow. Olga says, do you feel that your own painting skills have grown since doing this series? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I'm making a graphic novel right now, and I'm painting it, and I have to redo a bunch of early things because my own ability has definitely improved since I began doing this. Especially just the variety of artworks that we've been exploring has really opened my eyes to different techniques that I hadn't used really before, or hadn't used that much, and having to actually do it under the pressure of being watched definitely sharpened my skills 10 times over, for sure. Made a huge difference. I'm really grateful for this in many ways, this has been just one gigantic selfish activity of my own, is just exploring all these different things, and hey, if other people are watching and getting something out of it, then that's the cherry on the top of the cake. But yeah, this has been a great learning experience for me personally, for sure. Gail says, Michael rocks. I appreciate that. Olga says, anyone here working in watercolor? That's a good question. I'm probably sure people could be. Olga says, when will Picasso be canceled? A good question. I mean, what's her name? There was a comedian, an Australian comedian. What was... Let's take a... Let me see. I'll just see if I can find this. What's her name? Okay. Check out these headlines. These will have your head spinning if this loads in. Hannah Gadsby. There's a great Netflix comedy special. I can't remember what it's called. We'll see here in a second. About Picasso. I think it's sort of about her retiring from telling jokes. I think it's how she goes about talking about. Oh, it's called Nanette. Nanette is the name of the Netflix special. The comedian, their name is Hannah Gadsby, and she goes on like a 20-minute rant about Picasso, which is quite revelatory. I think anyone watching these episodes today, like that should be your homework for tonight, is to watch Hannah Gadsby's Nanette on Netflix or any other streaming provider you might have, and watch specifically the part where she talks about Picasso and cubism, right? It was actually after having watched her comedy special a couple of years ago, where I was like, I don't know if I'm going to do any Picasso stuff for a while. So maybe I should watch it again, because she really drops some truth on the whole Picasso train, for sure. And yes, she has a really interesting way of talking about art and art criticism, which is highly, highly, highly recommended. Hannah Gadsby, check her out. Okay, so Olga says the term virtue signal. Interesting how personal behavior can cloud our judgment of artists' achievement. It is interesting how, like, the art world has gone through, or is still going through, its own kind of Me Too movement, and a reevaluation of artists, particularly from the past, who have had very questionable behavior and biographies. It's part of it's really complicated, because there are collectors who have spent literally hundreds of millions of dollars on artwork by Picasso and Egon Schiele and Gustav Klimt, and artists that have had questionable behavior, and they have a vested financial interest in maintaining the current status quo and continuing to grow the fame of some of these artists. So it's very complicated. Olga says, I recently came across the Munsell color system. What is your views on that system? And what would you call this color scheme? Great questions. You know, the way that I approach color is an amalgam of a whole bunch of different approaches to color theory. I probably 10 years ago got really interested in color and started doing a lot of research and just started developing my own approach to it, mostly because I was teaching it, and I would find one system and be like, okay, I like most of it, but this one I don't feel works. So another big part of doing all of these videos is a bit of like a thesis exploration. It's like, okay, I have this thesis of that this particular way, especially using that warm yellow as a ground to start, I'm pretty sure it works. So I've done a little bit of it, and I think it works. What if we did it consistently and use paintings from across the world, across history, and we use the split primary palette to do it all? Can we paint virtually anything? And I think the answer is yes, right? I mean, I can't. There hasn't really been any painting we haven't been able to do. Now, maybe I haven't done the best job at it, but I think we've been able to do it pretty well, right? So that's me using this system to make these paintings has just been me trying to test out this theory to see if it would work. So Carlito says, yeah, I think Picasso, if he was alive today, would probably have been quote-unquote canceled a few years ago, for sure. Yeah, Picasso would be, you know, persona non grata in a lot of circles if he was living today. Olga says, Picasso works don't do it for me, and it's nothing to do with his personality. I just don't feel that sense of awe and wonder in his paintings. Olga says, there's a Jasper Johns retrospective currently on at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. That is cool. Jasper Johns, remember we did Jasper Johns' iconic white flag for July 4th, American Independence Day. If you're looking to do a Jasper Johns painting, that was really fun. I'm a big Jasper Johns fan. Yeah, definitely watch that Hannah Gatsby. Okay, so let's launch back into here. And again, I still think we're probably in an hour and a half we should be done, mostly, I think. Because what we're going to do in the next maybe 15 minutes is get the last little bit of color in here, and then we'll just start fine-tuning things. All right, so let's get a bit more green. We'll go back to that green that we used at the very beginning. Looks like I need some more warm yellow on here. So got my warm yellow, warm blue, mix up this green. You can see here's one versus if I go up here, everything all of a sudden starts to get nice and solid. Not that we necessarily want it to be that way, but it just gets a little bit cleaner. see, I think we got a bit of green in here somewhere, right? Anywhere else that needs a bit of pop of green? I think that's good. I think I'm just going to blow dry this and just use this green right now and fill in that area in there a second time, just to keep things going. I'm just going to take the same color. And then how about, maybe what I'll do is let's take this green, let's take some white and our dark color, so kind of make like a gray green. So like, if in doubt, I'm just going to paint over areas that are white or really dark, because those are areas that are very easy to kind of clean up later. And going over those lines will make it kind of just nice and sharp. Because there's a quality with this type of cubism that is all about like the it's kind of clean and precise, unlike analytical cubism, the original form of cubism that Picasso and Braque came up with. Analytical cubism is just cleaner and prettier, a little bit more pleasing to the eye, and which is why it ultimately won out over the original form of cubism, because I think people realized pretty quickly, wow, this is not really true research. It just sort of looks very serious. It has the hallmarks of seriousness. Like, I know this isn't going to be the final color there, but just by putting it in there, I'm just getting a color to stand in its place. So that's going to go red. It's going to be a different brown. Let's just fill that in quickly. Let's maybe just add a bit more of a darker color. And I'm debating, as we get further into the painting, of maybe using my acrylic paint pens, especially the black, to do some of the fine detailing. Maybe even a white, I don't know. I have to think about it. Let's see. I think this is one of the new brushes I just bought, and it just broke. I mean, I could glue it and fix it, but that's a bummer. I just bought it, so I could probably return it on Amazon, but it took like 2 months to get here, so it was only $12 for 5 brushes, but still, you hope to get more than 2 painting sessions out of a cheap brush. Just gonna throw in a bunch of brown here. You know, because if I do, let's say, run out of time, or I want to, or I have, like, the whole point of a cubist painting is a bit of like turning the viewer into an artist and forcing the viewer to do some thinking as to like what it is they're actually looking at. And because you have to kind of be a bit of a detective and sort of piece together all of this weird information. And like it's named 3 musicians, so you're like, okay, I guess there's some musicians in here. Now, where on earth are these musicians? And you start looking around in hopes of trying to find the answers to those questions. And so if you decide to diverge a little bit from the original, that's okay. You know, and you can decide you want to make the musicians more or less obscure. I'm going to make another cool brown. Actually, let's make it, yeah, let's do it right back up here. So I just took cool blue, cool red. I'll have to get a little bit more cool yellow out of this jar. Might have put a little bit more on there than needed. Let's see if it's too late. I should have maybe put this blue in here earlier. like that green a lot. That's cool. So, I mean, this is a brown I'm ultimately going to make here, but I like this kind of really deep racing green. That's cool. I'm going to put a bunch more cool red in here. And I think I'm just going to mix this off to the side here now, because it's going to take way too much red to lighten up that big mixture. So let's do it to the side. And maybe, so what I was ultimately making here is a dark, cold brown for a few places. So so we'll use, I like that, some of that dark color I used, that I just mixed, that green is really nice, so I'll use that in some of the darker areas going forward. Now I want to put do another pass on this brown down here, this warm brown. So let's take mostly warm red. In fact, let's just mix this into here. Some warm yellow. And I'm just going to take some of this green. A bit of a warm blue. Maybe even just a bit too dark. Let's get a bigger brush. Turn it a little bit more red than I was expecting, so let's just get a bit more warm yellow. Okay. I think I might even later do a little bit of a darker brown on there, but I don't mind that just like this as it is. Okay, just a couple things here. Olga says I have to go. Thanks for spending time with you guys, my wonderful peeps. See you next time. Lolly says I just looked up for my painting, and wow, your painting looks amazing so far. What a surprise to see all the colors. It was all brown last time I looked. Paula says you can order brushes from Desirs. They have good brushes. I got a size 2 yesterday working on today's painting. Just the right time, right tools. Lolly says my mediums arrived yesterday, so I've been having fun trying them all out. And I need to get a Facebook account in order to post them. I'm super shy about my paintings, but I'll only get better with practice and feedback, I suppose. Yes, absolutely. The more you share your work, the more feedback you can get from it, and that's how you improve, right? So, let's see here. What should we do to start tightening things up? Now, I think, as I mentioned, I mean, I have all of these markers that I've used. These Posca pens, Uni Posca. And Posca pens are these, they've got like a kind of a sharp point. Well, they come in all sorts of different sizes, so let's look at a few different ones here. Here's a very small black one, and here's a gray one that's a little bit wider. The way I like to think about it is different kinds of Sharpies, right? Sharpie pens. And they behave a lot like Sharpies, except they're much, much better to use for paintings than actual Sharpies. Someone was asking about this question the other day, and given the choice between using a Sharpie and a Posca marker, no question I would use a Posca marker. An acrylic paint pen. There's a few different companies that make them, but Posca is by far the biggest, at least here in Canada, in terms of its accessibility. And they're also really fun to use. If you've never used an acrylic paint pen, you know, they cost like $5, $4, something like that. And it's just a really fun tool to use because they're just they behave differently. And they leave great lines. They look like you're the most precise painter ever. Okay. And you can get some that you can actually put paint in. You can fill it with paint and use it and then clean it afterwards. I'd prefer for the majority of time actually to paint rather than use the pen. I only use the pen for just small little details, but it is an option. Okay, so now looking at a few things here. This painting in this current state is pretty rough. But is that a bad thing, right? That's a question you would want to ask yourself, is like, yeah, I guess things have a very rough, unfinished quality, but that in and of itself is not necessarily a bad thing, right? I kind of like this state. Like, I like times where the paint is sort of, you can see the brush strokes on there, and I can see some people hate that. And it's definitely, in Picasso's, he's cleaned this up, like it's pretty precise. But of course, you got to remember that this is a huge painting. This is a 7-foot tall painting. It's huge, so he's got lots of room to do details in it, right? And to really, like, to paint, you know, like, to paint, you know, some of, like, even little areas, like, let's say, you know, let's say this area right here, right, which is this area. He could easily have used a brush that's that big for that area, and he's just painting it in, and it looks really nice and clean and precise, but it's also been reduced by 10, 15 times, so yeah. So I think just because now I'm at the point where I'm going to start going into my small brushes. So it's just a little bit of a question to myself as to which small brush do I want to use. Maybe I'm going to go for some red, the same red that I was using just a moment ago for the bottom down here, and just go over top of some of the lines that I did, like especially in the Harlequin's outfit here. So this is warm red right out of the tube. And when in doubt, like, you could paint over this area here, because we're going to paint it darker in a few moments. Right, already that makes this painting much better, in my mind anyway. Okay, that camera just froze. So just give me 1 second. That's interesting how it goes darker like that. Okay, I'm going to carry this same bright red down here. Maybe it's a little intense as we go down, so I'll take a bit of my cold red and just mix this in here, and you can see there was some of my dark color, which was basically adding a little bit of cool blue into that same color. And the reason why I just modified that color a little bit is I just want to have, like, I want to have more nuance in the painting whenever possible. And so if I can kind of have a few different kinds of red in the same painting, then that's desirable. Okay. Let's mix a bit of a brown here. Take this warm red, warm yellow. Let's get a bit of warm blue into the mixture. A bit of white too. And then where can I put this? Oops. So I'm just sort of flying around here, putting a brown over top of some other browns. A little bit randomly, to be honest. I'm not super concerned with being overly faithful to the original painting here. Okay. Let's take some yellow and white. It's not the right color exactly, obviously, but I think that's good enough for right now. So this is like my favorite part of making any painting. Right? Where I can just now just kind of go a little wild and play. I've now got the basics of the whole painting in place. So it's just a matter of now I get to make decisions. I know there's plenty of artists that would have been fiddling with their paintings much earlier. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just I find maybe it's just the way my mind works is I'd rather do all the fiddling all at once rather than fiddle and then do big kind of areas of color and then go back to fiddling. And oops. So these areas of, well, these browns actually a little, I'm not even really looking at the original, which is again another thing too, is like once I sort of got everything filled in, I kind of like look at the original at the screen. I'm kind of curious, like, oh, okay, this area looks like it's a problem. How can I fix it? Oh, okay, I look at the original for a clue. But if I don't feel like I've got a problem on there, then there's no real reason for me to go and change anything. If I don't feel there's a problem. So this is kind of a dark brown, and I was starting to mix a dark brown, and I kind of got a purple there, and I was like, you know, let's just kind of keep it. I think it's kind of cool. So that's where we are. Okay, I'm happy with all of that. Let's go back to some grays and whites. I'll take this white. I don't mind if it gets a little bit dirty like that. So as I go now, I'm starting to kind of clean up these lines. Things start looking a little bit sharper and a little bit more professional, I suppose you could say. A little bit less sloppy. But all of this also has the effect of just making things look a little bit more professional in the weirdest way, because we can see that there's this buildup of paint underneath everything. It looks like we've changed our mind and made some different decisions along the way and had to paint things out. So just taking a little bit remnants of my dark color, adding a bit of white to it to get this gray. I'm looking at this hand here. You know what, I'm going to put a tiny bit of glazing fluid in there to get it a little bit more fluid and slightly more transparent as well. Maybe that's not. I'll have to darken the hand inside there, which is fine. So I'm going to put little white dots inside these, but I'm getting the darker outline. Obviously you could paint it white and then outline it, but goodness, that would be a bit of a pain. So this is the opposite way of doing it. These little mouths, which I think are pretty funny. I think we need to, let's do the violin. Oh, I'll just get to this area. Okay, let's get some more white. Lolly asks, Michael, which has been your favorite Picasso painting to work on this week? Did you enjoy one more or an outcome the best? I loved your guitarist piece. Thank you. Good question. What has been my favorite Picasso of the week? I might say I like the guitar. The guitarist is nice. I think I really like the girl or the child with the dove, although it is a girl. But I think I like that one personally. My favorite, or at least that's the way my version of it. I felt the most satisfied with. I think I was able to I guess solve the riddle, because it's basically just like problem solving, and I don't always solve the problem correctly, which is frustrating. You know, the painting we made the other day, I felt like it turned out pretty good, but I also it's one of those things where I walked away feeling like, I could have spent another 2 hours on that and it would have looked great, but it would have been another 2 hours. And so I just sort of I wasn't able to give it. It just was a more complicated painting, and it just demanded more time. And some of the decisions I made along the way slowed that whole process down, which is, you know, it's just how it goes. Okay. Oh, I'm looking at the clock and thinking, where I said I wanted to be, I'm not quite there yet, so I'm a little bit further behind. So let's just start. Let's start catching up to where I want to be. I've done a little bit of this white here. I'm just gonna move on to the dark color, which I think is where we'll end, because I want to do just a little bit. I'm going to use a little bit of a larger dark color, and then we're going to fine tune, I think, with the Posca pen. So just getting a brown now. Oops. Sometimes I don't remember when I'm on camera, or what's on camera or not. I get so focused on the painting. So that's supposed to be a little hand. It's kind of awkward the way that I've painted it, but I think that's an okay version of it. Okay. So let's, I think I'm just gonna, I could noodle around for a while, but let's just move on. So I'm going to get, we're gonna mix our dark color here, and then we're gonna go for some, use the Posca marker to get a dark black. I realize I'm not even painting on camera. That's the thing. Sometimes I lose my... When I'm painting, I just lose all consciousness of what's going on in the so-called real world, which is kind of what often people want to happen when they're painting. They want to just sort of get lost a little bit. Doesn't make for necessarily very good content, but it is what I'm trying to get people watching to do, so it's not such a bad thing that I get so absorbed in the painting process that I lose my focus on what the viewer is seeing. I mean, ideally I'd have someone here with a camera doing all of the production, but I don't. And it's just kind of nice. I like also being a bit of a one-man band, and I get to have full control over how this works. It's just sometimes you kind of think, oh, it'd be nice to have an extra hand here every once in a while. So this is a nice color. I mixed this a long time ago, or well, earlier this afternoon. I can't remember why did I make this color? I think I was trying to make a cool brown, and I inadvertently created it and was saying I like this really dark kind of green. So finally I'm incorporating it into the painting. So I love, I mean, everything's just coming along exactly the way I want. I like this sense of color that's being built up. And it's got a bit of a thickness to it. Doesn't quite have the same cleanliness as the original. I just have to keep telling myself, well, that painting is many, many, many times larger than my painting. About 6 3/4 feet taller than my painting. So now I'm actually using a bit of several different dark colors, even in my dark areas, which is, you know, maybe typically a bit of a no-no. But when it comes to like Picasso's work, I think it actually fits in quite nicely. Like, you probably can't really see the difference between these dark colors on camera. But up close, if you were to look at it, you would start seeing that there's, you know, slight variations. And in this particular instance, as I said, I think that's a win for this particular kind of painting. Just because it just shows like there's nuance. It rewards the viewer for looking carefully at things, which is what we want. We want people to feel like if they get up close, if they see it and then they're like, oh, that's curious, I gotta get up off of my seat and walk across the room to take a look at it, that I'm gonna be rewarded for my effort. That I'm gonna get up there and go, wow, this is actually really cool up close. Like, look at all the detail. So nice. I feel like it's really coming together. I feel very positive about the painting at this particular stage anyway. Paint on the painting here. I'm not sure where am I think on my sleeve. Okay, almost done this final layer of paint, and then we're going to break up the markers, or the Posca pen. And before I do that, I'm going to blow dry this canvas so I don't get any paint stuck into the pens and ruin the pen. Okay. Maybe, should I try to do a quick little bit of brown on the violin, the bow? Okay. Oh. So you can just keep on finding things that you want to play with. Okay. So I think, oops, let's I'm going to start doing some outlining with some pens. Before I do that, I'm going to blow dry this just to lock in the paint so I don't ruin the pen by going over it with wet paint. So let's just mute the microphone for about a minute. Okay, so let's give the Posca marker a good shake, and now we're going to go in and start outlining. Oops. And of course, I just keep on seeing little things. It'd be so much easier if I just did with a bit of paint. I think once we get this pen on here, the painting is gonna like go, you know, turn really cool. Because I'm really happy with what I've got and a little bit of detail now. I'll just show here. Oh, I love it already. I'm so excited. Okay. Where should we begin? Probably going to start in the top left. Now I'm wondering, I'm going to, all of these little marks in the background, I think I'm going to wait until I get more done here. Oops, where did that come from? Just so that, because I may or may not actually want to do them. So let's go to everywhere else first. So, I mean, one thing we can do is just clean up the line work really easily. One thing I don't like about these pens is how shiny they are afterwards. You can kind of see them on the canvas after it dries, and they have a reflective quality. And you've probably heard me talk about my preference for matte. I mean, it's almost so clean that it looks strange, right? So that's always the problem, but you could have worse problems in life, right? You know, there's little kind of glitches there that, you know, that, which I could fix. It's not a hard problem to fix, but you just sort of have to you weigh, like, what is the benefit of tinkering. Okay, and I'm going to use a white pen as well, or maybe a gray. We'll see. One thing you have to be careful with the Posca pen is they seem to take a little bit longer to dry than regular acrylics, so you just have to... That's why I started on the left and working my way to the right so that I don't track any paint all over the painting. So let's actually just go, speaking of which, go up to the top here. Okay, so this book here. This is what we'll tackle next. Well, you can imagine how much easier this is to do than trying to paint all those little lines, right? Let's come down here again. The table. Alright, so there's a little bit of deviation down here, but that's okay. There's lots of little details in here which I obviously didn't paint. Oh, I didn't do that whole accordion thing here. Well, let's get further up and then we'll see. I'm not sure what it is we're looking at right here. I mean, there's an aspect of using these pens that just doesn't seem fair. It just is like, oh, it makes things so easy. Like, I bet you $1 billion if Picasso was alive today, he'd be using these. He'd be their biggest buyer. He would use these all of the time. So I'm just debating. So you see this kind of shape that's coming down here. Sorry. This kind of rope-like shape. I don't know. I'm gonna think about it. So I'm just gonna put that pen aside. I've got another Posca pen, a gray one. And maybe we'll tackle this area with gray. So that's what I'm doing right there. Okay, I think I'm gonna paint a little bit of gray here. So let's blow dry this. I mean, we're just talking tiny details, so it's... Paula says, my size 2 brush is doing the same job. Nicely lined. I don't need an ink pen. That's amazing, Paula, that you're doing so well with an actual brush. Well done. So, where are we here? Okay. Now I'm going to use my white Posca pen. And where did I want to do this? I want to do it on the violin and a little bit of the fringe. I kind of went too far with this here. You can see it's supposed to go around, but There's only one little white circle there. I just put another one there because it seemed to just need it. Which sounds ridiculous to say that, but that I have to improve on Picasso's, but it's just the way that my painting has been constructed. I felt like if I just needed something there, so. Clean up a few lines here. Okay. Okay, so should we do Picasso's signature even? Oh, there was all those little lines and stuff up there. Ah, my goodness. Guess we should probably do those, shouldn't we? Do we need to do them? I think we should. So I'm going to maybe use my gray for this rather than white in this area right here. Okay. And all of these little things up here. Opposite side. Whoa! Okay. Same sort of thing. So I'm trying to randomize this so that they don't all look too organized. Down below, nothing. Oh, there's some gray lines here. I just realized I forgot some white at the very bottom of this painting. So, this little area right down there, big chunk of white. So should we sign this Picasso? Oh, yes. Thank you, Lolly, for noticing that. The nose needs a bit of work right here. Oops. Sharp eyes for detail. I love it. Okay. Sometimes with all of these, that messy background, it can be hard to see what we have actually done here. So a little bit of cardboard back there can act as a bit of a frame. Pretty good. I mean, there's a few little strange things. Now that I see it like this, I see, you know, that color is quote-unquote wrong, but I don't know if I mind it like that. Right, this area right now is much brighter and more white than it was. Yeah, I mean, tiny little things with some of the colors, the browns, maybe it could be brighter or darker. I don't know. I am wondering if I should do this Picasso's signature that was here and see if I can replicate that just for fun. So let's zoom in. How big should we make the signature? Should we make it pretty big? I don't know. The tip was a little dry there, so let's... I think that's good. I made it kind of big because why not? Okay. Oh, let's just back it up just a bit. Oh, cool. That is fun. That is fun. You know, I feel like, you know, some of the, like, my colors in some places, like, again, like, that's probably maybe the most obvious difference. But some of this lighter green here, it might be a little bit too close to the background, and I could right now just glaze something a little bit darker on and just immediately change those things right now. But I don't mind them. It's not like it's causing me anxiety. I think probably if I was any place that bums me out a bit is this area. I just wasn't really paying attention, and it would, I think, the shape of that, I don't know what those things are called, you know, on like a Harlequin, they have that collar, so I kind of missed that, but all in all, I think we did a pretty good job. Okay. It's the 23rd today. Okay. These are jazzy musicians. Awesome. Thanks, Lolly. Yours looks super amazing. Even more fun than the original. You're so sweet. I appreciate the comment. You know, one thing... Oops, that just crashed. Let's wait for that to boot back up again. One thing that we haven't talked about that I just want to quickly cover is the relationship of this painting to Henri Matisse's piano lesson. So, we're just looking here at the Museum of Modern Art's website. Oh, come on, stay big. No? Okay, there we go. So this is a painting by Henri Matisse in 1916, and it's seen as like one of Matisse's great paintings. It's also seen as a bit of a challenge by Matisse to Picasso. Picasso saw this painting in Matisse's studio. They were friends and also rivals. They were really the two most famous artists alive at this particular period of time, at least in the Western world, and they had a friendly rivalry. Right? There's been many exhibitions pairing them together and comparing their paintings, but this painting was seen as Matisse doing his version of Cubism. Matisse never really fully embraced Cubism, which makes him quite unique. Like he used bits of it, but he kind of was always charting his own path, just like Picasso. The difference is that Picasso charted his own path, and millions of other artists followed and replicated many of the things that he did, especially with Cubism. There have certainly been a number of artists that have been highly influenced by Matisse. I'm not suggesting that there haven't been, but I would say many, many more artists were influenced by Picasso, especially during the time. And here we have Matisse making his version of Cubism, and for many people it was almost like superior to like this kind of synthetic Cubism that we're looking at here. And I think what's really interesting is that when Picasso saw this, he sort of took it as he took it as maybe what Matisse was intending, as a bit of like a challenge, and he created this painting that we did today in response to it. Right? He basically said like, oh, okay, Matisse is going to come onto my territory, and he's going to try to outdo my style that I developed with Braque, right? So this was his challenge. Like, so this painting by Matisse is also about 7 feet tall. It's a really big painting with all these big, empty, flat areas of color, which Matisse is sort of famous as the artist of color, whereas Picasso is more seen as like the artist of the line, more of a graphic artist as opposed to like kind of a pure painter like Matisse. So the way that I sort of think about these two paintings and these two artists is it's sort of like you know, the Beatles creating Rubber Soul, and then Brian Wilson and the Beach Boys going, whoa, that just changed the game. So they go to the studio and they record Pet Sounds, which is this incredible record, right? And then the Beatles hear the Beach Boys' Pet Sound and go, wow, now they've just changed the game again. So what do we do next? Well, their response is Sgt. Pepper's, right? And I think of these two paintings is very much like Pet Sounds and Sgt. Pepper's, as these two great artworks by two great artists or bands, depending on the way you think of it, in response to one another, and how that rivalry, you know, just essentially just benefited us as observers, because we get to sit there like we're watching a great tennis match or baseball game, like just eating our popcorn. Oh, wow, this is great. Oh, great. Oh, yes. Oh, how are you going to respond? Oh, yum, right? So that's like this. It's really, I think, really exciting when you see these incredible artists kind of going head to head and punch for punch, trying to outdo one another. And this is the painting we made today is Picasso's response to Matisse. We are going to do a whole Matisse week in the new year, but and Matisse might be one of my favorite artists of all time. Like, I say that before every episode, and I do mean it, but Matisse is definitely maybe in my top 5 of all time. So, and why haven't I done one already? I think it's because the this is the second class in my Intro to Painting series. We did a Matisse, the goldfish. So part of me was like, okay, it's good. I have to let out a certain amount of line before we come back to the same artist twice. So anyway, we'll get there. Thank you everyone for watching and painting along with me once again. If you liked what you saw, please consider leaving a donation. There's a PayPal link in the description below. You can also use e-transfer or send an old-fashioned check. You can contact me through my email on my website or through the Facebook group, and I think you should join the Facebook group. Upload your version of today's painting or whatever else you are working on. I've heard a few people using watercolor today. I would be very interested to see how your version of this Cubist painting turned out as a watercolor painting. And then I think maybe next weekend we'll take a look at all of this artwork and celebrate your great achievements. Thank you, everyone. Once again, we will see you guys on Monday when we wrap up our Picasso week. We're going to be painting the Weeping Woman. Whew! Okay. And then we got a whole bunch of other stuff planned for going forward. We're going to do Mickey Mouse next Thursday. So, yeah, lots of stuff. We'll see you guys in a few days. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll see you on the flip side, folks.